Good morning and welcome to the 2026 Monroe County Fair Dairy Show. We are going to get started here in just a minute, about 9:05. We'll be starting with some of our Dairy Club awards, followed by that with our show. So here in just a few minutes, we'll get started with our 2026 Monroe County Fair Dairy Show. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2026 Monroe County Fair Dairy Show. We're going to start like we do each year with a few of our awards for our Dairy Club members. My name is Beth Klein, Beth Conder Klein, and my cousins and I can never keep count, ninth year, I believe, 8th or 9th year. Years ago, we started an award on behalf of Kelsey Butcher, who is a Dairy Club member here in Monroe County, and we lost unexpectedly. Kelsey was a bright light to the world. If you knew her, her spirit and her smile and her energy were like none other in a room. And so my cousins and I decided to start a award to showcase a Monroe County 4-H Dairy Club member who brought that same type of spirit to their work, showing their cows, being in the club, and just being a 4-H'er in this county. So we, along with the partnership with Farm Bureau Insurance and the Sugar Shack, present an award each year to one of the 4-H Dairy Club members, which, if I remember correctly, is voted on by the club members, correct? And so the Butcher family and Farm Bureau Insurance, we are proud to present this year's award to Madison Zyke. Come on up, come on up. Let's give Madison another round of applause. All right, I am now going to turn the microphone over to Shelby as the Dairy Club leader, who is going to present a few more awards before we let our 4-H'ers go back and grab their animals to begin the show.
Over 10 years. Thank you. Good morning. Is everyone smiling? It's show day morning. We're going to start with our 10-year awards. Okay, so we have 2 10-year members this year. Anna Benson. Come over here, my dear. There we go. And Eliza Tregesser. Where's Miss Eliza? So these young ladies have completed 10 years of 4-H, and believe it or not, it's kind of a sentiment. It's remarkable to have been done. So they have some pad folios for them to take on their next adventures in life. Everybody needs one with their names engraved on them. Oh, I'm not going to be in that. Hold on. Would you like to say something? Thanking family, friends. You're welcome to. This is your opportunity.
I want to thank my mom and my grandparents for everything they've done for me. That's all I can say.
I'm so proud of you.
I'll just thank my siblings for always putting up with me and helping out with all my animals.
You did so good. Congratulations. So the next award or recognition we want to give are our officers this year. So our club is in a little bit of a transition of giving our youth a voice, which is wonderful and it's exciting. So this year we had 4 officers. We had Maggie Zyke, not Maggie. Maggie, you're in this, but you're not yet. Molly Zyke was our president this year. Maggie Zyke was our vice president. Caroline Farmer was our secretary. And Brecken Owens was our treasurer. So they are getting a jacket with their name and their position in the year. And if you want to look at the back, a fun little dairy cow on the back. So these 4 girls, they did remarkable this year. There was some adversity. They handled it well. They made sure that everybody had a choice and a voice, and I appreciate that about all 4 of them. Good job, girls. Last but not least, we added something. So we have a Herdsman Award this year. So it's an ever-flowing change that we're doing. These kids took a test. So they had a study guide. They got out of school and they took a test at the dairy meeting in May. Was it the May meeting? And so we actually had 4 individuals that scored perfectly. So our Junior Herdsman Award this year is for Caroline Freeman. She scored a 10 out of 10 on her test. Then we're going to skip to senior because intermediate, we had a tie, and there's a fun thing that's going to happen with that. So our senior herdsman was also a 10 out of 10, a perfect, and that was Caroline Farmer. So our intermediate had a tie. So we need Colin Farmer to come join me, and Maggie Zeich to come join me. So they don't know that I'm doing this. You're welcome. Hold on, they're going to earn that saying. I'm going to ask them dairy questions, and they're going to answer them to the best of their knowledge until someone has a wrong answer. Please don't put me to work too much, okay? Are you ready? Okay, so we're going to start off with, what's your favorite dairy product?
Milk.
What did you say?
What's your favorite dairy product?
Hairspray.
She's making it. She's making a statement. Hairspray is a byproduct for dairy. Yes. No, it's not wrong. It's not wrong. So we started out easy. So, no, you're fine. You answered it right. My next question for you guys is going to be, what breed is most known for their butter fat percentage in their milk?
Jersey.
Jersey.
And they're both right. They're giving me a run. Okay. What is the number of days is a dairy cow's gestation length? It can be a range.
Like 283 to like 200 and like 300.
280 to 285.
Yeah, they're both right. These are wonderful things, wonderful things. Okay. Now, if this doesn't stump you, you might have stumped me, and we might have to have the judge pump in here. Okay. How long is the estrus cycle of a dairy cow or heifer? In number of days.
28 days.
28?
21.
20. It's 18 to 21 days, guys. You were so close, Colin. Congratulations, Maggie. There you go. All right. Thank you for playing, Colin. You did great. That was wonderful. All right. I think that's all of our awards. We're going to start with our mini show in just a minute. So minis, go get your babies and come back up here. And then we're going to have showmanship, first year showmanship after minis. Great job, guys. Oh, God. You want me to get out of the way. Okay, I still don't have a show bell. So it's
All right, we are going to get started this morning with our mini 4-H dairy show. I will introduce the participants as they are coming in. We have Harper Hovius, Ruth Davis, Lila Sylvester, Everly Trigresser, Lucy Mitchner, Tegan Keller, Paisley Crecelius, and those are our mini 4-H exhibitors. Following our mini 4-H dairy show, we will move into first year showmanship, followed by intermediate showmanship and champion and senior showmanship. So following this mini 4-H show, we'll go into our other three categories of showmanship.
Well, good morning, Monroe County. Thank you for having me out here today to judge your guys' show. It's always a blessing and an honor to be able to come judge. And to be honest with you, this is always my favorite class of the day. We've got young mini 4-Hers that are going to take a hold of this project, and all these kids are doing a good job. I always like to ask them their animal's name and what they enjoy about the project. And we got a lot of great young individuals out here today that's super excited to have their hands on some dairy females, and are just looking forward to when they can compete in the 4-H show. So if you guys don't mind, give them one big thunderous round of applause, and let's congratulate them for bringing out calves today. Congratulations.
And one more time, a big congratulations to these mini 4-Hers for coming in the ring, and a thanks to their helpers as well. Our next showmanship class will be our first-year showmanship class. We have 4 exhibitors in this class. Our first exhibitor All right, we're now bringing our entries in for first-year showman. Our exhibitors are Macy Bridges, Haley Hall, and Coley Patterson. These are your 3 exhibitors for first-year showmanship. So again, our 4 exhibitors in our first-year showmanship class are Haley Hall, Macy Bridges, Coley Patterson, and Scott Tipton.
Well, let's go ahead and give our junior showman a big round of applause, please. We've got 4 individuals out here today, kind of all differing in age, but more than anything, I'm proud of these young guys as it's their first year in dairy. And, you know, I wouldn't even really be able to tell that if I didn't know that for class purposes. I only am able to select one showman, but I think, you know, anytime we're in the ring and especially showmanship, there's learning opportunities. So I just like to tell the kids, you know, what I like in my showman, whether that's right, wrong, or indifferent. I think that we can always give some constructive criticism to our showman, but we've got 4 great individuals. Kind of had some tips and tricks for all of them, but there's one individual out here that just kind of didn't miss a beat. Yeah, maybe I'd like to see him hold his halter a little bit different, but the young man on the end here is going to be your champion showman. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our first-year showmanship winner, Scott Tipton. Let's give all of our first-year showmen a round of applause and for getting out here in the ring. We're now ready to move into our junior showmanship class. This will be for our 4-Hers who just completed grades 3 through 5. We have 4 exhibitors in this class. Our 4 exhibitors in our junior showmanship class are Bracken Owens, Brooks Tragesser, Macy Bridges, and Emily Mitchner. These will be your 4 exhibitors for junior showmanship.
You're good. If you end up right in the middle of it, I'll just change cameras. Okay. But no, you're fine. Good, how are you doing?
Let's go ahead and give our junior exhibitors a round of applause. And I apologize that I take some time here on showmanship, but for me, in all regards to a dairy show, I feel like this is always the most important. Doesn't always matter what your calf looks like. More than anything, it's about the chemistry that you've built with that animal, the way that you're able to present that animal in class, and how you react to situations. We've got a few animals that are a little bit of antsy here with the hotter weather, but these kids aren't getting sped up at all or getting frustrated with that. And they just do a tremendous, tremendous job. And again, I like to give a little bit of tips and tricks and pointers, but for me and my showman, I like an aware showman. I like them to know where I'm at, where they're at in the ring, how they're presenting that animal. And more than anything, once I set them up, how they're getting that animal set up and looking their best. Because, more than anything, we want to make sure that our animals are looking spot on when we do. And for me, this young lady down here on the end is going to be your champion. Just does a tremendous job. Congratulations. For reserve today, I'm probably going to go to the young man here with the jersey. I'd just like to see the way that he holds his hand in the halter a little bit different. Taking nothing away from our two young ladies down here on the end. All these four kids do a tremendous job. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our junior showmanship winner, Bracken Owens, and our reserve champion, Brooks Tracassar. Let's give all of our junior showmen a big round of applause. Next up will be our our intermediate showmanship class. These are exhibitors who have just completed grades 6th through 8th. Our exhibitors in our intermediate showmanship class are Gabe Elliott, Brylan Bowman, Amelia McDowell, Luke Conder, excuse me, Colin Farmer, Maggie Zeich, They said scratch. Yep. Jason. What's your last name, hon? Is it Killer? Jason Keller. And Jason Keller. These are your exhibitors for intermediate showmanship.
Let's go ahead and give our intermediate showman a round of applause, please. Step up in the showmanship class, and it definitely gets a lot more competitive here at this age. We've got 6 young individuals out here that they've been taught the right way. They know the things to do. Again, I try not to ask questions, but sometimes I need to just ask a few questions just to split up and differentiate my showmen, just because they're doing such a nice job. But I asked them what age their animal is, just for the fact that it's important that they're setting them up the right ways. Heifers are set up a little bit different than cows, and I just want to make sure when I'm walking around the ring that, I don't assume an animal's age. And then I think it's really, really, really important to know what breed of animal you're showing. And, oftentimes, if you know their age and their breed, in my opinion, there's no excuse to miss a class. So, I think that's really important. And these kids do a nice job. And again, it's splitting differences between the two. I don't have them lined up in any particular order here, nor have I at all today. But, there's 2 showmen that rise to the top. Sure, there's minor things we'd like to change, but for me today, in terms of overall awareness, just doing a great job of making sure their animal's set up. Maybe I'd like to see the poop cleaned off the side of this one here, but the young man's going to be your champion today. He just does a tremendous job, and if you watched him in the ring, he knows where I'm at. He knows where the other animals are at, and by golly, he's getting that heifer, that two-year-old looking pretty good. But for a close second today, we're going to go ahead and use the young lady here with the jersey. She just does a tremendous job. In terms of head carriage, I think she probably does one of the best jobs in the class. But where I'm going to pick on her just a little bit is I'd like to see a little more space when we line them up side to side. I've always been told we want almost a cow and a half. That way, if the judge wants to make any switching, we got the ability to pull an animal in. But these kids are doing a great job. You young showmen, make sure you get a drink of water. It's getting hot out here today, but there's not a better day to do a dairy show. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our intermediate showmanship champion, Brylan Bowman, and reserve Maggie Zeich. Let's give all of our intermediate showmen another round of applause. We'll now move into our senior showmanship class. These are our exhibitors who have just completed their freshman through senior year of high school. Our exhibitors in our senior showmanship class are Bennett Tragesser, Rose Chandler, Eliza Tragesser, Brody Smith, Haley Hall, Caroline Farmer, Scott Tipton, Madison Zeich, and Coley Patterson. These are your exhibitors for senior showmanship. I'd like to take this moment during our senior showmanship class to introduce our judge today, Ryan Benter. Ryan is a native of Brownstown, Indiana, and raised on a small family dairy farm where he grew up milking and showing Holsteins, Brown Swiss, Ayrshires, and milking Shorthorns alongside his family. That shared passion for dairy cattle continues today at Benter Family Farms, where he remains actively involved in breeding, raising, and exhibiting dairy cattle at the county, state, and national levels. He and his family have been fortunate to exhibit several nominated All-Americans, as well as multiple All-Americans and Reserve All-Americans. Ryan was a 10-year 4-H member, participating in both the Dairy and Dairy Beef Project. He graduated from Purdue University with a degree in agricultural business management and competed as a member of the 2018 Purdue Dairy Judging Team. Today, he coaches the Jackson County Dairy Judging Team and serves as a dedicated 4-H volunteer. Ryan has served as a judge for both the Indiana State Dairy Judging Contest and the National FFA Dairy Judging Contest. He's judged numerous county fairs across Indiana, Ohio, and Kentucky, and in the past 2 years has had the honor of serving as an official dairy judge at the Indiana State Fair, Kentucky State Fair, and North American International Livestock Exhibition. Ryan is passionate about supporting youth programs and helping exhibitors develop their knowledge, skills, and appreciation for the dairy industry. Let's give Ryan a big Monroe County welcome, and thanks for being here today.
Let's go ahead and give our senior showman a round of applause, please. Taking nothing away from the young men and young ladies here I left in the middle, but for me today, these four young ladies just do a tremendous job. Again, tips and tricks on what I like to see. This was a bigger class, so I kind of told the kids, hey, we need to try and use the whole show ring. But again, kind of when we're lining them up side by side, I like to see nice spacing between the kids. And the two questions I asked this go around, again, I'm not huge on questions, but when we got this quality of showman, we're splitting hairs and differences. And I asked what they feed their animal on a day-to-day basis. And I think it's extremely important to know where the weakness is on your animal. There's some weaknesses that we can try and control and hide, and there's some weaknesses that we can't. But, for me today and a senior showman, we want to know what we're feeding those animals. We want to know what their weaknesses are, and we want to try and do our best job presenting them. But if you don't mind, I'm going to go out and select you a champion in reserve, and then I'll hop back on the mic. To me today, the young lady with the Jersey cows, just tough as nails. You watch the way that she presents the animal. It's the head carriage. It's the knowledge of knowing the strengths and weaknesses. And for the young lady today, that cow's one of her biggest weaknesses is the teat length. And that's not something that we can control. But the young lady does a good job of keeping those feet underneath that cow and can show for me any day. The young lady I'm going to use for reserve, she does an excellent job, again, with the head carriage of that animal. And really, really, really important to me, like I said, when we pull them in side by side, keeping enough space. And the young lady did a good job of that. And we got a first-year showman I'm going to go ahead and use as our honorable mention. Made some necessary changes that we talked about in the original class. And, the one thing that I really liked about her is if we don't know the answer to the question, it's okay to ask or say, I don't know, or I'm sorry, sir, I'd like to find out, okay? This project's all about learning. But if you don't mind, go ahead and give all these exhibitors a round of applause. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our champion senior showman, Caroline Farmer, and reserve Madison Zyke. Let's give all of these senior showmen a big round of applause. All right, we're ready to get started with our calf classes today. Our calf classes will be shown by breed. We'll start with our feeder calf class with one entry exhibited by Emily Mitchner.
Just one feeder calf here to start off our show today. And I told the young lady, really, really nice feeder calf. We love the length and extension from the tip of the nose to the tail, the sweep to the rib. And once that young lady gets that bull out and moving today, tracking on a good set of feet and legs, and just a tremendous young individual that is well deserving of a blue ribbon, and to start off our dairy show today. Congratulations.
First place in our feeder calf class and grand champion goes to Emily Mitchner. We'll now start with our spring calf classes. We have one entry in our brown Swiss spring calf class exhibited by Anna Benson.
Here in our brown Swiss March heifer calf class, just one entry, an April-born heifer, but one that you really, really admire for that flex to the hock that this heifer has. She's super steep in that toe. I told the young lady we'd maybe like to see a little more spring and openness to the rib today, but we are talking about an April calf. I'm sure the young lady will get this heifer put on hay, and she'll just bloom out there in that cage in that middle section. But a really nice heifer, well-deserving of a blue ribbon.
First place in our brown Swiss spring calf class goes to Anna Benson. We have one entry in our Guernsey spring calf class exhibited by Emily Mitchner.
Here in our Guernsey Spring Heifer Calf, guys, just one entry, but boy, oh boy, really, really nice heifer to start off our Guernsey show today. A well-grown March calf. We really, really appreciate that long dairy neck, the size, the scale, the capacity to her rib, the depth and openness. If we'd like to change this heifer anywhere, we'd maybe like to clean up that rump structure just a little bit, have those pins set down, but this is a heifer that could stand a lot of competition and is more than deserving of a blue ribbon. Congratulations.
First place in our Guernsey Spring Calf class goes to Emily Mitchner. We have 2 entries in our Jersey Spring Calf class. Our exhibitors in the Jersey Spring Calf class are Macy Bridges, and Samuel Farmer.
Here in our Jersey Heifer Calf class, just 2 entries and 2 very nice entries in their own right. But I'm going to go ahead and use the young man's heifer to win the class today. If he'll go ahead and start walking around. Just a heifer that has so much size and scale on our April heifer, has so much more capacity, spring and arch to that rib, all while walking on a pretty good set of feet and legs today to win the class. Taking nothing away from the young lady's little dairy April heifer here. We appreciate the dairiness on this heifer. And actually, for its age, it shows us a lot of width to that chest. Just a heifer that's just outsized and outmassed in this March heifer calf class. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our first class placement in our Jersey Spring Calf class, Samuel Farmer, and second, Macy Bridges. We have 1 entry in our commercial spring calf class exhibited by Scott Tipton.
here in our commercial heifer calf class, March aged, just one entry, and again, an entry that's got a lot of parts and the pieces that we like. We really, really appreciate the way that this young heifer handles on her feet and legs today, the length and extension to that neck, and the openness to her rib today. I told the young man this is a calf that kind of has that cuteness or awe factor that all the fair goers love to see. So I really, really appreciate him bringing her out here today. Congratulations.
First place in our commercial spring calf class goes to Scott Tipton. We'll now move into our winter calf classes with one entry exhibited in the Guernsey calf class by Gabe Elliott.
Great, yeah. Thanks. Yep.
Don't need any of those bad reviews on Facebook. Here in our Guernsey winter heifer calf class, another single entry, but a heifer that there's a lot to like about. We love the way that this heifer has a long dairy neck, the way that that neck ties into the shoulder, shoulder into the body. We're seeing a lot of spring and openness to that rib today, and the young man does a good job of walking this heifer out slow today, and she's tracking on a pretty good set of feet and legs. Just a heifer that could stand some competition. Congratulations.
First place in our Guernsey winter calf class, Gabe Elliott. We have one entry in our Jersey winter calf class exhibited by Colin Farmer. If you've got those who aren't able to make it out to the fair this week, just a reminder, we have our Monroe County 4-H Purdue Extension Facebook page, which has a live stream of our shows, and the Monroe County 4-H Youth Development YouTube page, also live streaming. And a big thanks to Ryan Holmes over here in our my far left corner, for being out here this week and doing this. So those who aren't able to, which I'm one of them, not always here this week, able to watch our shows happening here in the show ring. So if you can help me give Ryan a big thanks.
Here in our Jersey December heifer calf class, again, just a single entry, but probably the dairiest heifer we've seen today. Shows us a lot of sharpness and dairiness there at the point of the withers. Super prominent around the top of that top line today. Shows us a lot of spring arch and openness to the rib. And a heifer that's just got a lot of width throughout. Width to her muzzle, width to her chest, and carries that all the way through. Just a really, really nice young heifer that the young man brought out today. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Colin Farmer on our first place Jersey winter calf. We're now ready to move into our fall calf classes with our Holstein fall calf class. We have one entry exhibited by Luke Conder.
Something I noticed last year, and I noticed with the marketing show yesterday, is that there's some other I can see the Gary's sign.
Here in our Holstein December heifer calf class today, again, a single entry, but a heifer that shows us a lot of dairy strength. There's an adequate amount of dairiness and strength throughout. A heifer that shows us a lot of levelness to that rump structure. Just really appreciate the way that she handles on those rear legs, and more than deserving of a blue ribbon today. Congratulations.
First place in our Holstein Fall Calf class goes to Luke Conder. One entry in our Jersey Fall Calf class exhibited by Caroline Freeman.
Here in our commercial heifer calf class, just one entry, but a heifer that has just a tremendous amount of length, so long from end to end, shows us the adequate amount of strength and dairiness. Really appreciate the way that that neck blends into the shoulder there, and just a heifer that could stand some competition. Congratulations.
First place in our Jersey Fall Calf class goes to Caroline Freeman. We're now ready to move into our summer yearling classes. We'll start with our Ayrshire class. We have one entry exhibited by Jaston Keller.
I've got two small ones at home. Okay. I've got two. One is 3,500 watts, and the other one is 5,000 watts. So they run 7 watts. And I've got two.
Here in our Ayrshire Summer Yearling class, just a tremendous female entry that the young man brings out today. Shows us so much style and balance. Just a heifer that catches your eye when she walks into the ring. Kind of we get up on her. She's super dairy and prominent across that top line. Gives us a lot of depth and openness to that rib today. And just a heifer that could stand quite a bit of competition. Congratulations.
First place in our summer yearling Ayrshire class goes to Jason Keller. We have 2 entries in our milking shorthorn summer yearling class. Our entries in our milking shorthorn summer yearling class are Jason Keller and Carson Elliott.
Here in our milking shorthorn summer yearling heifer class, 2 entries and 2 really, really nice individuals in their own right. But if the young man will lead our first place heifer out there, just a heifer that excels in overall levelness to that rump structure and the way that she moves out. Just prefer the way that she tracks on those rear legs today, and just has a decisive advantage in that substance, depth, and openness to the rib today. Taking nothing away from the young man's full age June heifer here. Just a heifer that's not quite cooperating today, but you appreciate her length from end to end, and a heifer that just blends very smoothly from neck into shoulder. Really, really nice calves. Congratulations.
First place in our milking shorthorn summer yearling class, Jason Keller. Second, Carson Elliott. We have 3 entries in our commercial summer yearling class. Our exhibitors are Haley Hall, Chase Clark, and Bailey Clark.
Here in our commercial heifer summer yearling class, I'm gonna go ahead and use the young lady with the brown Swiss to win the class. I understand that she's probably not the most dairy in this class today, but she is the calf that's walking on the best set of feet and legs, has that best rump structure, and really, really prefer how straight she tracks when viewed from behind. Just a nice, silky smooth a quality animal the young lady brings out today. Taking nothing away from our second place heifer that I really, really admire from her thoroughs forward. We've got so much dairiness up there in the front end. We just like to see the thoroughs just a little more centrally located. And this heifer has the tendency to hawk in just a little bit, especially when viewed from behind. But it's her dairiness, her size, her scale that gets us over this spotted heifer that the young lady brings out here in third. I think this heifer's just adjusting to the heat a little bit, but the young lady does a good job, and we appreciate her bringing this heifer out to us to examine the day. Congratulations.
First place in our commercial summer yearling class, Haley Hall. Second, Chase Clark. And third, Bailey Clark. We're now ready to move into our spring yearling classes. We'll start with our Ayrshire spring yearling class with one exhibitor, Brecken Owens.
Here in our Ayrshire Junior Yearling class, just one entry, but just a super, super tremendous heifer. We love the length. We love the height, the way that she blends and has that style, balance, and angularity, the way that she tracks out on those feet and legs. Just a heifer that could go on, especially at the next level, and be super, super competitive. The young lady should be very proud of the young heifer she's brought out today. Congratulations.
First place in our Ayrshire spring yearling class goes to Brecken Owens. We have one entry in our Guernsey spring yearling class exhibited by Coley Patterson.
Out here in our Guernsey spring yearling heifer calf house, just a tremendously dairy, feminine individual the young lady brings out to us today. She's tall, she's long, shows us so much depth and openness to her rib. Super feminine across that top line and hooks and pins, and just a heifer that can go on to the next level and handle quite a bit of competition. I told the young lady it's quite a shame that this heifer wasn't quite handling like this in showmanship, but the lady does a young job here and just a tremendous heifer. Congratulations.
First place in our Guernsey Spring Yearling class, Coley Patterson. We have 2 entries in our Holstein Spring Yearling class. Our exhibitors for this class are Brody Smith and Amelia McDowell.
In our Holstein Spring Yearling class, just 2 entries, but for me today, the red heifer wins this class pretty handily. Just a heifer that we appreciate that uphill run. She's got so much strength to her, so much width throughout. We start there in the chest, and especially once we get behind her, there in that rump structure, so wide in her hooks, pins, and thurls. She's also got a lot of dariness, stylishness, and femininity to her today. If we'd like to change her anywhere, maybe like to make her a little longer and dairier in her neck, but that's being awful critical on a very, very nice heifer. Taking nothing away from the young man's heifer here in second. Heifer that there's a lot to appreciate. Just a heifer that's so long from end to end. We appreciate the way that she holds herself together. Just would like to see that heifer track a little straighter when viewed from behind, and maybe just a little more size and scale to compete with our champion today. Congratulations.
First place in our Holstein Spring Yearling class goes to Amelia McDowell, and second, Brody Smith. We have 3 entries in our Jersey Spring Yearling class. Our exhibitors are Molly Zeich, Colin Farmer, and Madison Zeich. Would like to give a warm welcome and take a moment to introduce our queen and her court who are with us here today. Our junior miss, Anna Adams. Oh, she just left, okay. Our second runner-up, Tessa Wimmer for Princess. Our Princess first runner-up, Addie Patnode. And Princess and Miss Congeniality, Meg Wilson. And for our queen and her court, our second runner-up, Josie Jones. First runner-up, Sarah Carnegie. And our queen, who's no stranger to the dairy ring, Mallory Elliott. Let's give them all a round of applause and a big congratulations. And ladies, enjoy your week.
Here in our Jersey spring yearling heifer calf class today. Just a easy winner for me today. Just puts the most amount of parts and pieces today together. If the young man could start walking that heifer out, just so much style and balance from end to end. It shows me probably the adequate amount of blending from part to part, and just well deserving to win this class today. Taking nothing away from the young lady's heifer here in second. I really appreciate this heifer's front end. Super strong, super powerful. Just kind of starts to fall apart there behind the chine and the shoulders, and just would maybe need a little more substance to that barrel to compete with our class winner today. But it's her strength and her power in that front end that gets us over this nice dairy heifer here in third. Just a heifer, again, we want to see a little more drop to that rib, and a heifer that we just like to see the track out a little bit straighter on those rear legs. But three very nice heifers. Congratulations.
First place in our Jersey Spring Yearling class goes to Colin Farmer, second, Madison Zeich, and third, Molly Zeich. We have one entry in our Milking Shorthorn Spring Yearling class, exhibited by Gabe Elliott.
Out here in our Melkin Shorthorn Spring Yearling class, just one entry and one that I appreciate the young man bringing out. Shows us a lot of length from end to end. Pretty level there in her rump structure. Just a heifer that's well deserving of a blue ribbon today. Congratulations.
First place in our Milking Shorthorn Spring Yearling class goes to Gabe Elliott. We're now moving into our winter yearling classes. We have one entry in our Guernsey winter yearling class exhibited by Jaston Keller.
Here in our Guernsey winter yearling class, just one heifer entry, or yearling entry, but a really, really strong, powerful heifer. Shows us so much dairy strength, has a lot of substance and width all the way throughout. We appreciate the levelness of the rump, and a heifer that's just tracking on a pretty good set of feet and legs and could stand some competition. Congratulations.
First place in our Guernsey winter yearling class goes to Jaston Keller. We have one entry in our Jersey winter yearling class exhibited by Caroline Farmer.
Here in our Jersey winter yearling class, just one entry, but a heifer that walks up with so much power and just has an uphill run. We love the long dairy neck, the blending of the neck into the shoulder, and just a heifer that there's a lot to appreciate and well deserving of blue ribbon today. Congratulations.
First place in our Jersey winter yearling class goes to Caroline Farmer. We have one entry in our commercial winter yearling class exhibited by Madeline Sylvester.
Here in our commercial heifer calf class, just one entry, but a lot of parts and pieces that you like to this heifer. We love how tall she is there at the point of the withers, the length from end to end, the sweep and substance to that rib, all while handling herself on a pretty good set of feet and legs and showing us a lot of femininity for a yearling. Just a heifer that could stand some competition. Congratulations.
First place in our commercial winter yearling class, Madeline Sylvester. We're now moving into our last calf class with our fall yearlings. With our brown Swiss entry, our exhibitor is Kinsley Moore.
In our brown Swiss fall yearling class, just one entry, but a heifer that shows us a lot of good qualities. We love the strength, we love the height, we love the length from end to end. Maybe we'd like to see just a little more spring and openness to that rib, but just a very, very nice project for the young lady. And this is it'd be a November born heifer, so not quite the age of some of the others, but just overall a really, really, really nice heifer. Congratulations.
First place in our brown Swiss fall yearling class goes to Kinsley Moore. We have 2 entries in our commercial fall yearling class. Our exhibitors in this class are Eliza Tragesser and Brylan Bowman.
here in our commercial fall yearling class. Two different makes and models here, and I wouldn't disagree with you if you wanted to talk them either way. But for me today, I'm going to put my stress and emphasis on the overall straightness of lines and the quality of feet and legs of this young man's Melkin Shorthorn, I believe, out here. Just a heifer that holds herself a little bit harder over the top. And her big advantage today, to me, comes as she's tracking out. Just handles herself a little bit better on those rear feet and legs. Taking nothing away from the young lady's brown Swiss here, I'm going to grant her that she shows me a little more dariness. Just a heifer that we would like to see a little bit harder over that top line and just a little move a little bit more freely on those rear legs today. Two very, very nice entries. Congratulations.
First place in our commercial yearling class, fall yearling class, goes to Brylan Bowman, and second, Eliza Trageser. That does complete our calf classes, which means we'll move straight into our junior champions by breed. Following the junior champion and the Supreme Dairy female, not Supreme. Yes, that is, yeah. Our entries in our Ayrshire Junior Champion are our summer yearling heifer, Jason Keller, and our spring yearling heifer, Brecken Owens.
Let's go ahead and give our Ayrshire exhibitors a big round of applause, please. Not the biggest breed to the show, but we got two very, very quality heifers that I think can not only compete at other county fairs, but I think that these two heifers can go on up the road to Indianapolis and do it very well in their respective classes. For me, it's very, very close. I think you could talk them either way. We love the balance of our fall heifer calf class, and we just really, really appreciate this well-grown junior yearling. I think you could talk them either way, but for me today, I think I'm going to go ahead and use the young man's fall calf. Just gives me a little bit more spring and arch on that rib today, and maybe blends just a little bit smoother there behind the shoulder. Taking nothing away from this young lady's reserve champion. Just a beautiful heifer. We love the tall, upstanding nature, the side profile that she gives us. Just two very, very, very good heifers to be champion in reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our Ayrshire Junior Champion, Jason Keller, and our Reserve Junior Champion for Ayrshire, Brecken Owens. We'll now be showing for our Brown Swiss Junior Champion with our spring heifer, Anna Benson, and our fall yearling heifer, Kinsley Moore.
Out here for our Brown Swiss Junior Champion. Again, we got 2 entries, and we brought one back from our first class, and we brought back our fall yearling. Kind of 2 heifers on different ends of the spectrum. The young lady's heifer will be 2 here in about September, and we got an April born. It'd be March heifer calf. I think, again, two animals that we could talk either way, but I'm going to go ahead and use our fall yearling just with the mass, the power, the substance, the correctness of feet and legs, and just the adequate. You're going to be my champion here today. We're going to go ahead and use the April calf as our reserve, and just a calf that I think is going to continue to get better as time goes on. Just would like to see just a little more spring and arch and depth of that rib to compete with our fall yearling. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our Brown Swiss Junior Champion, Kinsley Moore, and Reserve Junior Champion, Anna Benson. We'll now show for our Guernsey Junior Champion. With our spring heifer class, Emily Mitchner. Our winner heifer, Gabe Elliott. Spring yearling, Coley Patterson. And our winter yearling, Jason Keller. These are your exhibits for Guernsey Junior Champion.
We bring back our 4 class winners from our Guernsey show today, and just 4 quality individuals from each class. Heifers that I think show a lot of the breed characteristics for the Guernsey breed, just heifers that we really admire. We've got a lot of dairy strength out here. We've got a lot of dairiness, a lot of spring arch and openness, and believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, you can travel to a lot of county fairs and not see this nice uniform group. And again, 4 heifers that I think can go up the road up there to Indianapolis and compete very well. But for me today, there was just one heifer that kind of hit me pretty hard. And the longer that she's been in here, the more that I like her. We're going to go ahead and use this junior yearling as your champion. Just puts a lot of the parts and pieces, the dairiness, the substance, the levelness of rump, a well-grown heifer, and just a heifer that we have a lot of admiration for. For your reserve, it gets pretty close. And again, I'm not going to arm wrestle anybody on, if I pick the right reserve or not. But I think one that falls there most closely is we're going to use this stylish and cute March calf as your reserve. And very, very closely, we'll go ahead with this winter calf as your honorable mention. Congratulations.
Jersey Junior Champion goes to Coley Patterson, and Reserve Junior Champion Guernsey, Emily. We'll now show for Junior Champion Holstein. With our fall heifer, Luke Conder. And our spring yearling, Amelia McDowell.
Here for our Holstein Junior Champion, we bring back our winning fall calf and our winning spring yearling. And this is a little bit closer for me than maybe a few of the other breeds today. But I think when we break them down fundamentally, part for part, piece for piece, there's one heifer out here that just doesn't have very many holes in her. And I'm going to go ahead and use the young lady's red and white spring yearling. Just so straight in her line, so much dariness. And for me today, where she's probably got the biggest advantage is the length from her hooks to pins, also with the balance. But kid you not, this heifer right here could go out and win a lot of county fairs. Just a heifer that we really, really appreciate. She's got that smooth and silky hide, adequate amount of spring and arch. Just two very, very nice Holstein representatives. And both individuals should be very proud. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Amelia McDowell for our junior champion Holstein and Luke Conder for reserve junior champion Holstein. Now moving into our Jersey Supreme Junior Champion, with our spring calf, Samuel Farmer, winter heifer, Colin Farmer, fall heifer, Caroline Farmer, spring yearling, Colin Farmer, and winter yearling, Caroline Farmer.
Let's go ahead and give our jersey exhibitors a big round. Our biggest pull out here for junior champion today. And we've seen a lot of good quality from the jersey show, from the very first class to the very last one. For me, there's a certain style and what I'm looking for in terms of characteristics and parts. And for me today, it's going to be down here on the end between, it would be the December calf and that cute little March calf. But in terms of overall readiness today, I try not to do this very often, but I think this March calf is just well enough that says I'm not going to get beat today. Very closely followed by our December heifer calf class. Maybe would like to see her just a little bit fuller in the crops today. But those are two very sporty calves that are well deserving of to be your junior champion and your reserve junior champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Samuel Farmer with your Jersey Junior Champion and Reserve Junior Champion jersey, Colin Farmer. We'll now move into our Milking Shorthorn Junior Champion with our Summer Yearling, Jason Keller. With our Summer Yearling Holstein, Summer Yearling Milking Shorthorn, Jason Keller. And our Spring Yearling, Gabe Elliott.
Let's go ahead and give our Milk and Shorthorn heifer exhibitors a round of applause here today. Just two heifers pulled out here for our junior champion, but very beautiful animals for their breed. Exhibit a lot of the breed characteristics that we love to see, and a breed that's near and dear to my heart is that's where I have kept my primary focus as of the past few years. For me today, this Summer Yearling runs away pretty handily as our junior champion. Just so much style, balance from end to end, and so much depth and openness to her rib for being a July heifer. Taking nothing away from the young man's nice spring yearling here. We love the length from end to end. A heifer that we'd maybe just like to see a little more depth and openness to compete with our champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Jason Keller with your Junior Champion Milking Shorthorn and Gabe Elliott with your Reserve Junior Champion Shorthorn. We'll now show for our Junior Champion commercial. With our Spring Heifer, Scott Tipton. Summer Yearling, Haley Hall. Winter Yearling, Madeline Sylvester. And your Fall Yearling, Brylan Bowman.
Let's go ahead and give all our commercial breed exhibitors a round of applause, please. A class that I don't normally get a judge, and looks like we've got it looks like about 4 different breeds here, but very, very, very quality animals in their own right that probably could have competed very well if they had, I believe it was registration papers, but we've got 4 great individuals. I've got a few alumni of my dairy judging team and one kid that's participating. And I'm probably going to receive some critiques on this class a little more than a few of the others. But for me today, when we get them side by side and we start really analyzing and breaking the heifers down, there's one that's just a little more on the spot than the rest of them. And we're going to go ahead and use this young lady's summer yearling, Brown Swiss, here to be your champion today. And we're going to closely follow her with this nice, complete package of our fall yearling. The older I get, the more that I appreciate a sound fall yearling. Just not quite carrying the amount of condition that we like to see in the show ring. Just would like to make her a little more feminine and dairy to compete with our champion. Let's give them one big round of applause.
Congratulations to our commercial junior champion, Kensley Moore, and reserve, Brylan Bowman. We'll now move into our Supreme Heifer, where we'll bring in each of our breed's junior champions. With our Ayrshire junior champion, Jaston Keller. Brown Swiss junior champion, Kensley Moore. Guernsey junior champion, Coley Patterson. With our Holstein junior champion, Amelia McDowell. Jersey junior champion, Samuel Farmer. Milking Shorthorn junior champion, Jaston Keller. And commercial junior champion, Hallie Hall.
let's go ahead and give our junior champions a huge round of applause. We've seen quality animals day in and day out, or all day today, and hopefully more than anything, you guys can kind of see the pattern that I like. We like the right amount of dairiness that also complements the strength, and I think all of our junior champions have that nice balance of dairiness to strength, also while walking on a good set of feet and legs. Driving over here to Monroe County this morning brought up a lot of memories of, when my family and I would come over here and we'd show in the Monroe County Open Show. And, I have no doubt in my mind that, a lot of animals used to be brought in, and, we had some animals that competed very well, not only at the state fair and at national shows. And I think these are no different than what I've pulled out of here today. For me, in terms of what we're looking for in our Supreme Heifer is which one do I think has that next potential? And more frankly, if I were to be showing, which one would I want to halter? And I think we got two in the running. And, for me today, I'm going to go ahead and use the young lady's Guernsey Spring Yearling today. I just love this heifer. The dairiness, the substance, the levelness of the rump structure. Just a heifer that I think can go on and be very competitive. For reserve, what pushes her closest is our Spring Yearling Holstein. Follows the same make and mold. Maybe would like to give her just a little bit of length and extension to that neck to compete with our Guernsey Junior or Supreme Champion. But if you guys don't mind, go ahead and give all these exhibitors a round of applause. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our Supreme Heifer winner with Coley Patterson with her Guernsey, and reserve Amelia McDowell with her Holstein. That does complete the heifer portion of our show. We will take a 10-minute break and resume the show at 12:10. Be sure and stop by the Junior Leader Stand, the Shake Shack, all of your favorites around the arena, and we will begin back with our cow portion of the show at 12:10.
Okay, so it's Friday night. So I'm Friday, there you go. I have a piece of paper that looks like it. Okay, yep, sounds good. Yeah, you can, first thing Monday, I can get you a.
All right, we're ready to jump back into our 2026 Monroe County Fair Dairy Show. Thanks for taking a short break with us. We will start with our yearling and milk class with our Jersey yearling. Exhibiting our Jersey yearling in milk is Amelia Tragesser.
Here to start off our cow show. What a dairy individual the young lady brings out. Shows us so much femininity, prominence across the top line, adequate amount of rib and structure, and all while putting on a pretty good mammary system. But appreciate the young lady bringing her out here today, and well deserving of a blue ribbon. Congratulations.
First place in our Jersey yearling in milk goes to Amelia Tragesser. We'll move on to our senior 2-year-old cow classes. In our Brown Swiss class, we have one exhibitor, Anna Benson.
Here in our Brown Swiss 2-year-old class, just one entry, but a cow that is definitely putting work into the milk parlor. Shows us a lot of capacity to that mammary system. Really appreciate the way the forudder blends into the body wall. We love the udder texture and venation throughout. And a cow that shows us a lot of strength and width, and just well deserving of a blue ribbon and can stand some competition. Congratulations.
First place in our Brown Swiss senior 2-year-old class, Anna Benson. We have one entry in our Holstein senior 2-year-old class, Amelia McDowell.
Here in our Holstein senior 2-year-old class, just what a beautiful young cow the young lady brings in on her second calf and just shows us a youthful mammary system. It's high, it's wide, it's snugly attached, shows us a lot of that chrome and veination, especially in the forerudder. Gives us a lot of dariness, just a super feminine individual, especially in her front end with a lot of capacity, openness, and wit. Just a cow that there's a lot to admire and, well deserving of her blue ribbon and can stand some competition. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Amelia McDowell with your Holstein senior 2-year-old cow. We have one entry in our Ayrshire junior 3-year-old class, exhibited by Bailey Clark.
Here in our Ayrshire 3-year-old class, just one entry, but one that has a lot of parts and pieces that we like. A cow that has so much width from end to end. Really, really appreciate the rump structure on this cow. We love that slope to that rump, the levelness, and the thorough placement. Shows us a pretty quality mammary system, snugly attached in both the fore and the rear udder, and a cow that just gets out and about on a great set of feet and legs. Just a cow that could stand some competition. Congratulations.
First place in our Ayrshire Junior 3 class, Bailey Clark. We have one entry in our Jersey Junior 3 class, exhibited by Caroline Farmer.
Here in our Jersey junior 3-year-old class, just one entry, but a cow that's been milking since October and, putting milk in the pail. She's keeping that dariness. We love the spring and openness to the rib. Puts on a quality mammary system, one that's snugly attached in both the fore and the rear. A cow that gets about on a great set of feet and legs. As the young lady and I discussed earlier, maybe would just like to change that teat size, length, and shape, but just a very quality Jersey animal. Congratulations.
First place in our Jersey Junior 3 class goes to Caroline Farmer. Moving into our senior 3-year-old cow classes, we have one entry in our Brown Swiss class, exhibited by Caroline Farmer.
out here in our brown Swiss cow class. Just a single entry, but one that we really, really appreciate. Just a super, super dairy individual. We love the prominence that she has there at the point of the withers, the sweep to the rib. I told the young lady maybe like to see that udder just a little more strongly attached in the rear udder. But from a functionality standpoint, that's a pretty good mammary system, and maybe would like to just change the teat placement a tick. But a cow that we appreciate the young lady bringing out, and really appreciate the long forudder attachment that blends into that body wall. Congratulations.
First place in our Brown Swiss Senior 3 class goes to Caroline Farmer. With one entry in our Holstein Senior 3 class, we have Amelia McDowell.
Here for our Holstein Senior 3-year-old, just one entry, but wow, wow, wow. Just a beautiful uddered cow. You know, we're high, we're wide. We show a lot of udder chrome and veination and overall all substance. Snugly attached in that forudder. You know, we really, really, really appreciate the uphill run that this cow has. Gives us the adamant, sweep and openness to the rib today. Just a beautiful young cow to win the class, and one that could stand quite a bit of competition. Congratulations.
First place in our Holstein Senior 3 class goes to Amelia McDowell. Moving to our 4-year-old cow classes, with one entry in our Brown Swiss class, we have Samuel Farmer.
Here in our brown Swiss 4-year-old class, just one entry, and a cow that we really, really appreciate for how strong she is up there in her front end. We'd maybe like to see her just a tick deeper there in that heart, but a cow that blends so smoothly from her neck into her shoulder. Told the young man, an udder that I have kind of a love-hate relationship with. I really, really appreciate the width of the rear udder and the crease. Would just like to see a little more level udder floor and see that fore udder just snugged a little more tight to that body wall. But overall, a great young cow that the young man should be very proud of. Congratulations.
First place in our brown Swiss senior 4 class, Samuel Farmer. We have one entry in our Jersey 4-year-old cow class, exhibited by Colin Farmer.
Here in our Jersey 4-year-old class, just one entry, but one that tracks uphill, super straight in her lines. We appreciate the rump structure on this cow. Cow that has a lot of balance and style to her. We get to the mammary system and we're snugly attached in the fore and the rear. Maybe would like to see a little more texture and venation, but a calf that or a cow that carries that udder on very well. Appreciate the seam and maybe like to change the teat size and length just a tick, but a very nice cow. Congratulations.
First place in our Jersey 4-year-old cow class, Colin Farmer. We have one entry in our Guernsey 5-year-old cow class, exhibited by Carson Elliott.
Here in our Guernsey 5-year-old class, just one entry, but such a dairy feminine individual. She's tall, she's long, she walks uphill, shows us an adequate sweep to the rib. Maybe could use a little more spring and arch. Really appreciate the functionality of this cow's fore udder attachment. In the rear udder, we'd maybe like to see that a little bit higher and just a little more definition of seam. But a cow that's at 5 years old does a pretty good job walking around and well deserving of a blue ribbon today. Congratulations.
First place in our Guernsey 5-year-old class goes to Carson Elliott. We have one entry in our Holstein 5-year-old cow class, exhibited by Samuel Farmer.
Here in our Holstein 5-year-old class, just one entry, but a cow that you really, really admire for her front end. She's tall, she's upstanding, she's wide in that front end, gives us the uphill run that we'd like, and really, really quality memory system, snug and functional in both her fore and rear udder attachments. Really appreciate the width of the rear udder and the definition of that crease and getting around on a pretty good set of feet and legs. Just a quality cow that I told the young man is probably a pleasure to milk each night and morning. Congratulations.
First place in our Holstein 5-year-old cow class goes to Samuel Farmer. We have 4 entries in our Jersey 5-year-old cow class. Our exhibitors are Colin Farmer, Caroline Farmer, Anna Benson, and Maggie Zeich.
Here in our Jersey, is this age? 5-year-old Jersey old class. I got a really, really nice class, a class that I would kind of put together for my dairy judges if we were at dairy judging practice. For me, we got 2 similar made ones here on the top end and 2 similar made ones on the bottom. But for me today, with udder being 40% of the scorecard, we're going to go ahead and use the young man's Jersey cow. Just gives us a higher, wider rear udder, a little more substance and capacity, probably a little more levelness to the udder floor. I would like to see a little more depth and openness to the rib today, but we're going to go ahead and use that mammary system to get over our very nice made cow here in second. Cow in second, I really appreciate the side profile. It has a very, very functional mammary system, just not the height and width to compete with our class winner today. Second over third, she uses that definition of her sneam and the snugness of the fore and rear udder attachments to get over this very nice front-ended Jersey cow here in third. Cow in third's got the advantage in overall being a little later in her lactation than our fourth place cow. Fourth place cow, we really, really appreciated the balance. Just a cow that was fresh on Saturday. Just needs a little more time to get the swelling out of that mammary system and just get a little more depth to her rib. But very quality class. Congratulations.
Placings in our Jersey 5-year-old cow class are first Colin Farmer, second Caroline Farmer, third Maggie Zeich, and fourth Anna Benson. We have 1 entry in our commercial 5-year-old cow class, exhibited by Barrett Tragesser.
Here in our commercial 5-year-old class, just 1 entry and one that just excels in her overall dairiness from end to end. She's super feminine there across the top line and up there in the withers. Gives us a lot of length and extension to that neck. Probably like to change her just a little bit in that mammary system. Just give her a little more bloom capacity and overall height and width in that rear udder, but well deserving of a blue ribbon. And it's probably made a nice 4-H project for the young man. Congratulations.
First place in our commercial 5-year-old class goes to Barrett Tragesser. We have 1 entry in our Jersey aged cow class, exhibited by Molly Zeich.
Here in our Jersey aged cow class, just 1 entry, but a cow that you really, really appreciate her side profile. Just gives us a lot of balance from end to end. We appreciate the length, the dairiness, the levelness throughout. If we'd like to change her anywhere, we'd maybe like to level out that udder floor and just see a little more width to that mammary system. But a nice, youthful aged cow for the young lady. Congratulations.
First place in our aged Jersey cow class goes to Molly Zeich. 1 entry in our commercial aged cow class, exhibited by Scott Tipton.
here in our age commercial cow class, just a cow that's super, super functional in her frame. We appreciate that uphill run, that strength and power. Gives us a lot of sweep and openness to her rib today. A lot of capacity to that mammary system while walking on a good set of feet and legs. Maybe you'd like to see those teats a little more underneath that mammary system and a little more plumb to that ground. But that's being pretty particular on a really nice age cow. Congratulations.
First place in our commercial aged cow goes to Scott Tipton. Moving into our last cow classes with our dry cows. With our Holstein, our exhibitor is Anna Benson.
Here in our Holstein dry cow class, just one entry, and a cow that has so much strength and power. Could probably play a linebacker there for the Colts up there in Indianapolis. She's so wide in that chest, carries that all the way through her hooks, pins, and thurls. Just a nice frame on this cow. We love the length from end to end, and walking on a pretty functional set of feet and legs for a 6-year-old cow. Congratulations.
First place in our Holstein dry cow class goes to Anna Benson. With your entry in the Jersey dry cow class, our exhibitor is Maggie Zeich.
Here in our Jersey dry cow class, just a single entry, but a cow that you really, really appreciate. Gives you a nice side profile view, just has a lot of balance from the tip of her nose to her tail. So much spring arch and capacity to that rib. Looks like she'd put on a beautiful mammary system. Young lady says she's due here in August. I think calve her in and get her milking for a month or so. And the young lady have a nice milking cow. But very, very nice dry cow. Congratulations.
First place in our Jersey dry cow class goes to Maggie Zeich. Rounding out our cow classes, in our commercial dry cow class, we have one entry, and our exhibitor is Brooks Tragesser.
Here in our commercial dry cow class, just one entry, but the cow that you really, really appreciate for the way that she handles herself, walking on a very good set of feet and legs. Love the length from end to end. A cow that we'd like to see fresh and just straighten up a little bit over that top line today. But appreciate the young man bringing her out and well deserving of a blue ribbon today. Congratulations.
First place goes to Barrett Tragesser with your dry commercial cow. That does complete all of our cow classes. We'll now be moving into senior champion and overall grand champion by breed. We'll be first selecting our senior champion. Upon selection of the senior champion, we will bring in the junior champion to select our overall breed champion. We'll start with our Ayrshire breed. We only had one cow in our Ayrshire cow classes, exhibited by Bailey Clark. So this exhibit will be your senior champion. So we need to bring in this exhibit as senior champion and our junior champion Ayrshire, which was exhibited by Jaston Keller. So with your senior champion Ayrshire Bailey Clark and your junior champion Ayrshire Jaston Keller. Our judge will now be selecting our overall grand champion Ayrshire.
Let's go ahead and give our Ayrshire exhibitors a round of applause. What a great, Ayrshire cow and heifer we have out here. Well deserving to be our senior and our junior champion today. And we love both of these animals in their own right. But for me, we've got a cow that's fresh in milk, functional mammary system, love the dairiness. We're going to go ahead and use our cow as our grand champion today. And then we're going to go ahead and use this nice summer yearling heifer as your reserve grand champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our grand champion Ayrshire Bailey Clark and reserve champion grand champion Jaston Keller. Moving into our Brown Swiss Senior Champion selection with our senior 2-year-old Anna Benson, senior 3-year-old Caroline Farmer, and 4-year-old Samuel Farmer.
go ahead and give our Brown Swiss cow exhibitors a round of applause. We got 3 quality individuals. Both are putting, or all 3 of them are putting milk into the tank. Nice frames, a functional set of feet and legs. For me, it gets kind of difficult when we got to go out and we got to pick out your senior champion. I think there's parts and pieces that we can talk all of them. And, for me, I always got to place them the way that, I want to talk them and the way that I see them today. But for me today, in terms of putting the most pieces together, I'm probably going to go ahead and use the young man's here on the end. Just so much width to that memory system, the definition of the seam. And I believe she's probably the best framed Brown Swiss in this class. Yeah, there's some things we'd like to change in that forerunner, but just a nice cow to win your champion today. For reserve, it gets very, very close for me. I think, there's parts and pieces, again, that we'd like to change on both of these individuals. But for me, there's one that's carrying the udder just a little bit higher for the hawk, or above the hawks today. We're going to go ahead and use the young lady as your reserve. Just appreciate the youthfulness of this udder, but appreciate the young lady in honorable mention here. Just a nice, functional, balanced cow to be honorable mention. 3 really, really nice cows. Congratulations.
Yeah, we need to bring in the junior. Oh, she's not coming? Okay.
So let's.
With your senior champion and overall grand champion, Brown Swiss, Samuel Farmer, and reserve senior champion and reserve grand champion, Caroline Farmer. We'll now move on to our our Guernsey senior champion. And we have 1 entry. So our senior champion is Carson Elliott. We'll need to bring in our junior champion Guernsey. Shelby. We need the Guernsey. Oh, right here. Got it. Yep. Thank you. And our junior champion Guernsey is exhibited by Coley Patterson.
Out here for our grand champion. We bring back our senior champion, and then not only our junior champion, but our supreme heifer of the 4-H show today. And we got 2 very, very quality individuals. Again, both great representatives of the Guernsey breed. It's very hard for me, but, I'm going to go ahead and use the cow. She's milking. She's put in her time. Still a pretty quality memory system for 5 years old. Beautiful frame cow. Taking nothing away from our heifer, just don't know what kind of memory system she's going to put on later on down the road. And for me, it's a lot of work to milk cows. That cow's put in her time. She's going to be your grand champion.
Your overall grand champion and senior champion Guernsey goes to Carson Elliott, and your reserve grand champion Guernsey, Coley Patterson. We're now ready to show for our senior champion Holstein with our senior 2, Amelia McDowell. Senior 3, Amelia McDowell. Five-year-old Samuel Samuel Farmer. Sorry, Sam. And your dry cow, Anna Benson.
Let's go ahead and give our Holstein exhibitors a round of applause, please. We got 4 quality individuals in their own right. For me, there's a certain make and model that I like. I like them with good mammary systems, beautiful frame cows, functional set of feet and legs. And there's one that just came out and hit me hard today. But we're going to go ahead and use this 3-year-old as your grand champion. Just a cow that I think excels in a lot of areas. The dairiness, the frame, the quality mammary system, welded on it both in the fore and the rear udder. Just a cow that there's a lot to admire about. For reserve, it gets a little bit closer between our 2-year-old and our 5-year-old. But I think in terms of cut from the same cloth, we're going to go ahead and use our 2-year-old as our reserve grand champion. And then we're going to make our 5-year-old an honorable mention. So if you don't mind, give all 4 of these exhibitors a big round of applause. Thank you.
Congratulations to Amelia McDowell with the senior and reserve senior champion Holstein. We'll now be bringing in our junior champion Holstein, also exhibited by Amelia McDowell. Oh. Amelia McDowell then also has our grand champion Holstein and reserve grand champion Holstein. We'll now move into our Jersey senior champion. With our yearling heifer in milk, Amelia Trageser. Junior 3-year-old, Caroline Farmer. Colin Farmer, and a 5-year-old, both exhibited by Colin Farmer. Aged cow, Molly Zeich. And dry cow, Maggie Zeich. These are your entries for senior champion in our Jersey breed.
Out here for your Jersey Grand Champion. We bring back our 6 class winners and 6 really, really nice Jersey cows. For me today, there's one out here that I think is super in her own right. We appreciate the youthfulness, her mammary system, the frame that she has on her. Young lady, if you'll pull that junior 3 out and about, you're going to be my grand champion of the Jersey show today. Just a cow that, you appreciate the feet and legs, the quality to the mammary system, and just very, very deserving to be our grand champion today. I think for reserve, it gets a little bit closer. I think we can talk it a lot of different ways, but I think the one that probably follows her the most closely in terms of mammary system and quality, we're going to go ahead and with this young lady's Jersey cow right here. Just an exceptional udder, the height, the width, the definition of seam. Yeah, we'd maybe like to go ahead and level her out just a tick over the top line, but we'll use the young man's 5-year-old for your honorable mention. Congratulations.
Hang on, Caroline Farmer with the junior 3, yeah. Rose had one at Colin. Is that the 4 or the 5? Okay. Junior 3, Caroline.
4-year-old.
Thank you. Congratulations to Caroline Farmer with your senior champion jersey and Colin Farmer with your reserve senior champion. Those senior champion jerseys will also be your grand champion jerseys. And for our final senior champion selection, we have our commercial class with our 5-year-old Barrett Trageser, aged cow Scott Tipton, and dry cow Barrett Trageser. Wait, what is happening? Hold on that commercial class. One moment, please. Now we'll be showing for our senior champion commercial. With our 5-year-old Brooks Trageser, aged cow Scott Tipton, and dry cow Barrett Trageser.
Here for our commercial champion, we got three, I believe, Jersey cows out here, all beautiful in their own right and make. But for me today, we're going to go ahead and use the jersey in the middle. Just gives us a little more capacity to that memory system, and probably the best framed jersey here in the class, all while getting around on a good set of feet and legs. For your reserve, it gets a little bit closer for me today, but I think I'm going to go ahead and use the 2-year-old. Taking nothing away from our dry cow, just appreciate the straightness of lines that the 2-year-old has that most closely follows our grand champion. Congratulations.
I just want to make sure in case you were like thinking you had a different cow. Okay. So senior champion and grand champion commercial goes to Scott Tipton. and your reserve senior champion and reserve grand champion, Barrett Tragesser. All right, we're moving into our grand drive. We'll be bringing in the grand champion of each of our breeds. With our Ayrshire, we have Bailey Clark. With our Brown Swiss, Samuel Farmer. With our Guernsey, Carson Elliott, currently shown by Anna Benson. With your Holstein, Amelia McDowell. With the Jersey, Caroline Farmer. Milking Shorthorn, Jaston Keller. And Commercial, Scott Tipton. These are your entries for Supreme Dairy Female. A couple thank yous as we wrap up our 2026 Monroe County Fair Dairy Show. We'd like to thank our princess and Miss Congeniality, Meg Wilson, and your fair queen, Mallory Elliott, for being here with us today. And they have a busy week at the fair, so we appreciate them being here with us today. And also a big round of applause to Ryan Benter, who's been our judge here this afternoon from Brownstown, Indiana. Let's give him a big round of applause and appreciation for being here with us. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all the Monroe County 4-H Dairy Club sponsors, Morgan County Feed, Tough John Porta-John Rental, True Ford North Construction, Three Sisters Farm, Hollers Welding, Country View Realty, Hoosier Lawn and Landscaping, Twin Springs Creamery, Chapman Orthodontics, Farm Stop, Bloomington Collective, Jericho Metal Specialties, Young Trucking, Mitchner Excavating, Faith Photography, Lucy Lulu Shop, Thornton's Welding, and Burke Inspection Service. Please help me give a round of applause to all of our sponsors of the Dairy Club.
Let's go ahead and give all our grand champions a round of applause. Out here for senior champion, we've got all 6 breeds represented, and then a plus in the commercial. And to see 6 of 7 of these breeds in milking form is a credit. As you travel across the state of Indiana, sometimes you're lucky to find 6 females at a county fair, so that you guys have 6 milking females and 7 breeds represented in here. That's something to be proud of. Like I said earlier on my way over here, Monroe County's dairy show, especially the open show, has always held a special place in my heart. It was a place that my family and I could come show our cows, and I just really appreciate the quality of animals that you guys have brought me, and I think it's very, very encouraging that you guys have such a strong dairy club and support system. The one thing I ask of all of you is, make sure and thank your volunteers, your parents, your extension agents. This show would not be possible without them. And there's a lot of people here making sacrifices to make sure that, it's important for you guys to be in here in the ring. And in my opinion, there's nothing better than raising a kid, showing and milking dairy cows. So without a doubt, there's one cow that kind of leaps and bounds than the rest. We're going to use this red and white as your supreme champion. Congratulations. So this is a cow that can be competitive, not only here at Monroe, other county fairs and state fairs, and just as a quality individual. I think for your reserve supreme, it gets really, really, really close. And we're looking between the Ayrshire and the Jersey. And I think, between the two of them, if you said, hey, Ryan, I think you should have used this one instead of the other one, I'm not going to disagree with you. But I think in terms of, following, I'm going to go ahead and use the Jersey. Yeah, we'd like to shorten up those teats just a little bit, but just a quality mammary system on this cow. I love the side profile that she gives us, taking nothing away from our beautiful Ayrshire cow. She'll be your honorable mention here. And, just would like to kind of clean that up over the top line. But congratulations to all our exhibitors today.
I have wipes in there. Get him some wipes out of my purse, please. Congratulations to our Supreme Dairy Female exhibited by Amelia McDowell and your Reserve Supreme Dairy Female exhibited by Caroline Farmer. We have one more class to show after we get our picture of our Supreme Dairy Females, and that will be our dam and daughter classes. Based on placings in our classes earlier today, our dairy bred and owned heifer champion is Gabe Elliott. And our dairy bred and owned cow champion goes to Carson Elliott. This will be our last class of our 2026 Monroe County Fair Dairy Show. This will be our dam and daughter class. We have 6 dam daughter pairs in our ring today, exhibited by Amelia McDowell, the Zeich sisters, and Colin, Caroline, and Samuel Farmer. These are your dam daughter pairings in the ring. Last class of the show.
Let's go ahead and give all our exhibitors a big round of applause. So the inner dairy farmer in me, this makes my heart very happy, you know, taking pride in, you know, breeding these animals, bringing those cows back after they've calved, and nice calves. You know, we've got a lot of quality here, and, you know, I think that's something you guys should be very proud of. Whether you saw them the same way I did today or not, I think we've had a great show. You guys got great kids here at Monroe County. I know it's not been the coolest of temperatures, but I appreciate the crowd that's attended. I appreciate the kids coming out and having good attitudes, and I appreciate the animals that you have brought to me today. For me, taking nothing away from our Jersey pairs, but we've got our Supreme cow down here and our Reserve Supreme heifer. They're going to be your best dam and daughter. Congratulations, and have a great afternoon, everyone. Have a good rest of the fair.
Congratulations to our dam daughter champion, Amelia McDowell. That does conclude the 2026 Monroe County Fair Dairy Show. Please help me give our exhibitors, our leaders, our families, our volunteers, anyone you might see, our photographers, Thistle Hill, that's our new name, right? Thistle Hill Photo. They are taking pictures all week out here and uploading them to a link that you can find on the Monroe County 4-H Facebook page. Don't forget to watch live on our Facebook page and the YouTube channel. Thanks again to Ryan Holmes for making sure that happens. And let's give everyone a round of applause for another great dairy show. We'll see you next year.
And let's thank Miss Beth Conder-Klein for a wonderful job announcing every year.